Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Mhm. Let's see. Aha. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Seems pretty good so far. Seems pretty good so far. Pops and sibilants. Pops and sibilants. Not terrible. Good afternoon and welcome to Mr. How Computer Mentor Episode 0. Today we're going to be working with Markov chains. So Markov chains are a way, sort of like an ancestor to AI. They were invented by a mathematician in the year 1900, approximately. And they give a way to quantify and calculate patterns in a series of symbols. These symbols may be words, they may be letters, they may be numbers, any sort of symbols you can use and then calculate what sort of patterns you find in those symbols. So the idea is in a lot of symbol languages, alphabets, you'll find patterns like, for example, in English, the letter Q is always followed by the letter U. I'll say almost always for this purpose. Um, Cursus. One moment, please. Going to move to a different screen. That's better. Um, at any rate, you have the letter Q is always followed by the letter U in English. I'll say almost always because there may be a few exceptions, words from other languages that are imported, for instance, but a Markov chain will be able to find and discover this pattern and generate more strings of symbols that follow the same rules. So I find it fascinating that large language models follow a similar model. They just have enormously more computing capacity and data to work with. At any rate, today we're going to be implementing a Markov chain from scratch. I think it's going to be exciting. Um, Let me start out by initializing a new folder container. We're going to be working in C# today. So right now I'm using Linux for my development environment, for my operating system, and we're going to call this Markov. And since we're using C#, we're going to be using .NET. I don't remember the exact syntax for on Linux for doing it from the command line, but I believe it's .NET create console Markov. May give us a empty project to start with. Or not. So one of the things about this is I'm doing this live online. I've never done this before, so it's going to be fun and interesting. I'm going to run into issues and troubleshoot them live online, on air, and we're going to work through it together. So that's part of the fun thing about this project. This is the .NET SDK, the Software Development Kit. That sounds like the right thing. Don't want to add. New. .NET new console Markov. Console. It requires a name parameter. So I'm going to be fumbling around a little bit with just about anybody else. Anybody else would. You're never going to get it right the first time, almost never, in the real world. So this is good experience for a real world project. We've got now a Markov project. And I'm probably going to move all this. Let's see. Maybe a tricky thing with this. Nah. Move, recursive, everything here to the, shoot. Yep, CVR here to one level up, RF here, yep, RF. I got a folder inside a folder, which is not what I want. So I've got a project, I've got a program, excellent. This is what we want to start with. And then I'm going to use Visual Studio Code to open that project. And right now I'm just going to be going through by hand how you would implement a Markov chain from scratch. I'm going to be going through the concepts. So let's say we have the simplest possible alphabet, simplest possible string of symbols. Our alphabets consist of 3 symbols, A, B, and C. And it's going to be fairly English-like. So you're not going to have something like that's going to be an invalid string of text because it has no vowels in it. English words will almost always have vowels. I say almost always, cover my bases. Um, at any rate, an English word will look more like that. Anyway, that's the sort of pattern our Markov chain is going to try to discover. So what you do to implement a Markov chain is you create a matrix. And the matrix is going to have the symbol we're currently looking at, and the next predicted symbol, the next symbol we may find. And that'll be below. Do, do, do. Like that. Give me a moment. So the current symbol can be one of three possibilities in this alphabet, A, B, or C. And the next symbol can also be either A, B, or C. And we'll say this is our source text. So if we look at the first pair of symbols, we see that an A follows a B. Therefore, we're going to put our current symbol's an A, our next symbol's a B. We're going to put a 1 in the table in that column, in that row and column. Symbol's an A, next symbol to the right. And we're just going to count how many times each symbol follows each other symbol. So the next pair of symbols is a B followed by an A. So our current symbol is a B. I misspoke. So our first pair was an A followed by a B. And I'm going through this very slowly by hand to really understand what's going on, how Markov chains work in this context. So, um, given our first pair was an A followed by a B, our second pair is a B followed by an A. So our current symbol is an A. Our next symbol is a B. I think I'm confusing myself. Let me just double check my first pair of symbols here. So, our first symbol, the current symbol is a B. It's followed by an A. So this is very, it requires focus, and I need to get focused. So, current symbol is a B. Next symbol is an A. I should have gone here instead of there. So the second pair, current symbol is an A, followed by a B. Current symbol A, next symbol B. So I put a 1 there. And right now I'm going to ignore spaces. Or perhaps I can add spaces into the alphabet or dashes or something like that. That might work well. Let's use dashes for now. And then add those to our alphabet to divide up our quote-unquote words. That way it'll be able to detect the pattern of consonants and vowels, or A's and other characters. So our next symbol is a dash. No, it's a B followed by a dash. Current symbol is a B. Next symbol is a dash. Put a 1 here. And we're going to count up each pair of symbols and what follows each symbol. So Markov chains will work best on a large amount of text. This is just a small amount of text for our demonstration example purposes. Give me a moment. So we've got the current symbol B followed by a dash. Next up, a C, a dash followed by a C. Current symbol is a dash. Next symbol is a C. Doo, doo, doo. Got that wrong. I keep transposing things. C following a dash is a dash followed by a C. Dash is our current symbol. C is our next symbol. It may help if I were to transpose this entire matrix. I wonder if I've made a mistake there, but I think it's the same data. It just may be easier for me to understand if I used a different representation. At any rate, sorry, I'm just checking something. Good. So we've gotten as far as the first here. Next is an a C followed by an A. C is our current symbol. A is our next symbol. Next is a followed by a B. So our current symbol is an A. Our next symbol is a B. And here, so we've already got a 1. We're going to increment this value. We're going to add 1 to it. And the reason is we're going to say it's more common to see this pattern, this B following an A. So we're seeing that there's a pattern here. And in our data so far, we're seeing that A's often follow B's. Or, yeah, B's often follow A's, I mean. So our last thing we added was a current symbol A with a B following. So it was here. Now, we're starting to see how we're building up this matrix. Everything that doesn't contain a number is going to get a 0. It's going to be initialized to 0. One moment, please, while I figure out how to overwrite, how to insert on this laptop keyboard. There it is. Do, do, do. All of these get zeros so far. Now I believe the next step is going to be to automate this process. Now that we see what it's doing, we're going to try and get the computer to build up this matrix for us. One moment, please. There's that. Another useful step is just to make sure our environment's working. So I'm going to execute this program. All of this at the bottom is just comments, so it won't do anything. It'll just write out hello world. Make sure our environment's working and we can run code. And yeah, it works. Excellent. So let's say we'll put this, give me a moment, this into a string. And we're just going to give it more data to work with, so it's more likely to find the patterns in this data. It's repetitive, so it has more patterns, so it'll be easier for it to generate uh, data based on this alphabet, this sequence. And dump that into a string. So this is using top-level statements that I've never been a fan of, but I'm going to go with it. String input sequence equals blah with quotes around it. So this is the sequence we're going to analyze and try and build a matrix out of. And the matrix is going to consist of integers. It's going to be two-dimensional and equals new int. And we know it's going to be 4 by 4. Let's see. Int. And I've made some horrible syntax errors here. I'm quite rusty on this. It needs a name, of course. But I think I've done something else wrong. Maybe using C syntax instead of, yeah, that's a little bit better. Give me just some time to clear this up. Mhm. Nah, that can't be right. Maybe it wants the dimensions here. Man, I'm terrible. At any rate. Right, proceeds the variables identifier. This is very handy. It's a variables identifier. Okay, yeah. Doop. And then what else have I done wrong? Right side, yeah. Much better than when I worked in C. Anyway, new int. I'm just sort of fumbling around. Oh, I'm sure I'll get back into the swing of things at some point. So what have I done wrong here? Invalid rank. Curses. Comma 4. Mm, it needs a. Oh, interesting. Need this? No. Int to int. Now this is an interesting error. So it's saying I can't convert a fixed array to a dynamic array, I believe. At any rate, I wonder if I should bring in the AI I'm training. So normally the idea of this show is that I would have a learner here with me, and that learner would be learning along with me and providing advice and uh, sort of like pair programming. Um, they would provide their own input. So when one of us gets stuck, the other one could help. It's not always me. I mean, even people with a lot of with experience in the industry get stuck sometimes. Um, at any rate, I don't have a learner yet, so I've been working on this Chat GPT based AI to act as a learner for me. So let's see if I want to bring them in at this point. Do, do, do. We're doing a Markov chain in C sharp. And LearnerBot is going to respond with, oh snap, Markov chains, that sounds fancy. So we're doing that thing where we predict the next state based on the current state, right? Like trying to guess what word comes next in a sentence based on the previous one. All right, C sharp, let me think. I need some kind of dictionary or array. Now that's an interesting idea. So, I'm gonna tell it, we're gonna build the transition matrix. Yes, we're building the transition matrix first, but to keep things simple, we're going with single characters instead of strings. Single characters, like predicting the next letter based on the current one. That's exactly correct. Autocorrect messes up my text all the time. Dictionary, char, int. Now I'm wondering, why is it doing it that way? Why not an array of, why not a two-dimensional array of ints? Hmm. I begin to see now because we want each row and column associated with a character. Yeah, we subtract. Yeah, that's what I would do. Because, yeah, excellent. Mhm. That's pretty much what I'm doing so far. I'm fumbling with the syntax, though. And let's see what LearnerBot has to, well, assist me with. Do, do. Not that. Okay. 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 New int. That's just a comma, not that. That's, I think, how you do it in C, in C sharp, just that, which looks kind of weird to me. But at any rate, we've got our Markov chain matrix here, and our alphabet, alphabet equals A, B, C dash. And we're going to use that to determine what the indices are in our, what the indices mean in our arrays. So 0 is A, 1 is B, 3 is C, 0 is A, 1 is B, 2 is C, 3 is dash. I think that should work. And we're going to go line or character by character for each car C in input sequence. We need to go pair of characters. So let's do indices for int I equals 0, I does not equal input sequence dot length I plus plus. Do, do, do. So my idea for this whole project was me and a learner would alternate writing code for it. Let me send this to LearnerBot and see what they think. Well, first I need to let it know that we're going to be using an alphabet, and the indices into that string will determine what the rows and columns mean in the matrix. Sound good? Here's the code so far. See what it says about this. I usually do things a fairly old school way, maybe primitive. Yep, smart move, Hal. Big brain energy. Well, if you say so. All right, now inside that loop, we got to track transitions. We got a current and next character, something like, not right, I'm about to break the matrix harder than in the matrix. At any rate, let's see, row equals index of sequence I, column equals index of, yeah, that looks right. Looks good to me. Please wait for my next prompt. So we're going to use this. Ideally, it would just give me, I don't know, one line at a time, but I haven't quite got LearnerBot to do that yet. So we want to see what it gets us out of this. See if it gets us what we need. So we're going to output this matrix equals 0, int j equals 0. Can I not do that in C sharp? Let's see. Equals 0. Can I do I equals j? No, no, no. I see the problem. And I equals 0. And j equals 0. How about that? No. Well, I do not recall how to do multiple variables like that. Equals 0 to j equals 0 for I, well, for I does not equal, hmm. Now how are we gonna, oh yeah, nested loops, of course, I'm so silly. So we're gonna do nested loops to display this matrix. Very rusty, sorry. Int row equals 0, or no, we're gonna go column. Column does not equal Markov chain 0 dot length size. Let's see. How do we get the length of, or the dimension, this dimension of an array? What do we got? Yeah. So what kind of information is this? Markov chain requires, hmm. So let's see what Learnbot has to say. Excellent. I don't quite recall how to get the dimension of an array. I'm getting what? Maybe it's because it's not an array of an arrays, but a two-dimensional. Ah, okay. Markov chain. I bet you it's this. Dot length. Yeah. Now the question is, so this is a static two-dimensional array, 4 by 4. Maybe for now we'll just go 4. It's ugly, but it works. Call plus plus. 4 int row equals 0. Row doesn't equal 4. Row plus plus. Excellent. So given each element of the array, we're going to console write Markov chain row call, and then at the end of each column or row, we're going to output a new line. Will that work? I have no idea if this is going to work. Probably not, because I put a lot of code in here and haven't tested it in a bit, but we'll see. Yep, exception. Index out of range. Understandable. Can we tell exactly where that was? Can we debug this maybe? Debug, see if it breaks on the exception. Yes, right here. Okay, so this is a code that Learnerbot gave us that I just assumed was right. I betcha it's at the end of the string. Let's see what I is. 86, yeah, it's at the end of the string. So we can either do a try and swallow the exception if it happens, or if I does not equal input sequence dot length, we do that. Now with Markov chains, you can also include sort of a beginning and an ending in here. You can say this symbol represents the beginning of our text, this symbol represents the end of our text, but I want to keep things simple for now and not worry about that. So let's see what happens here. Another exception, index outside bounds, 14, which is a different line. But then again, we did add, so it looks like they're actually the same line. You can only use the debugger with Visual Studio Code. It is. Ah, it hit. No, hold on. Is 86. If I does not, this is strange. Give me a moment. I think it's because I did not correctly terminate this. I'm new to Visual Studio Code. All right. Index out of range. 86. Signal links. Yeah. I needed to add or subtract one. Anyway, I'm gonna terminate that. That's what happened. Off by one error. Do, do. Is this it? I think that should work. I did not realize quite how rusty I was. So there is our translation or transition matrix. Pretty cool. It's saying that A never follows A, which makes sense. We never see AA in here. It's saying B often follows A, but A rarely follows B. Is that true? Or maybe it's saying the opposite. Anyway, A, B, A, B. It would be good to have labels here, or and spaces. Console or tabs. That would be good. See if we can just write a tab character between each of these and also give ourselves indices, but we may not need all that. But it might be fun. Maybe that's good enough for now. That way, if we get like a multi-digit number, won't be a problem. Do execute. Good, good. Oh, we do have silly me. That's why I got confused. I did not realize it was. I did not realize this was a 13 and not 1, 3, 6. Anyway, this is really handy. A's often follow B's. B's often follow A's. Um, and so on and so forth. So the next step, if we wish, grab some water. Let's ask or update LearnerBot. We seem to have the transition matrix. Next step is to generate some text using it. Now, give me just 1 or 2 lines to start with. How about that? Because this ChatGPT bot is really eager to write the whole thing. 1 or 2 lines and it gives me 3. Yep, that'll work. Interesting. How does this help? Current car to string because we need a starting point. I may actually pick a random starting point. Maybe random from the first 3 characters in the dictionary here. And then it converts a character to a string. Interesting. So the way I would start, I may use a var just for brevity's sake. So we have a new random number generator. I don't know if it's seeded or not, but we won't worry about that just yet. Now, we're going to select one of the first 3 characters in our alphabet randomly. So let's see. Starting index. This could use a lot of cleanup, but it works for now. That's refactoring it is going to be another step, maybe in the middle of the program. So we're going to generate next int yeah, looks like what we have next int 64. That's not what we want. What else do we have? Do we have a get? No, it has to be an int 64. Anyway, I guess that'll work. We can convert it. What are our options? That's it. Okay, hold on. What are other parameters we have? Max value. 0, 1, 2, 2 dot. It's not an int, it's a, yeah. Int should be fine because it's going to be 0, 1, or 2. So we're going to get that from this, okay. We're also going to need an output length. We'll just fix that for now. Output equals two, one moment please. Alphabet dot get con, get con. But can we? Yeah, we can slice it maybe. Starting car index. Try that. And we got a toString. Perhaps that'll work. Yeah, it looks good. So we're starting with a random character from the first 3 characters of the alphabet, A, B, or C. Next stop. We need to generate the next character based on that character. So we're going to do a loop for, and let's just make our output the same length as our input sequence. That seems simplest. I int I equals 0, I does not equal input sequence dot length I plus plus. Done. Next, given our input, that's going to be our current symbol. So we're going to be looking at, that gives us a column to look at. So we're going to want to take all the values in that column to determine probabilistically what will come next. Anyway, always important to stay hydrated. Just check something. Good. Everything looks good. So we have our current symbol. We need to know our next symbol. Yeah. I think it would be useful to have a new array of integers. Int array. And we're going to call it, what are we going to call it? Next weights equals new int array of, I wonder if we can do alphabet.length. I don't believe you could do this in C, but in C# might be okay. Okay, what's the error? That is not null here. Method name expected. I always get confused whether I need to specify the dimension. Give me a moment again. Keep saying that, but you know. All right, we don't need an open paren, close paren, because it's not initializing an object. course. Now, we could put a method to do this, or a function method, but what we're going to do is just initialize. Oh, that's fascinating. It already initializes all the values to 0. That's handy. We're going to copy in the column. There's probably a better way to do this, but I'm just going to do it this way. Int row equals 0. Row does not equal. See, this is why I probably should have transposed the matrix in the first place. Length row plus plus. So given each row in the matrix, we're going to copy that to our next weight. Next weight row equals our Markov chain. Now I have to do this pretty carefully. This seems like a place where I could make a mistake. I may well make a mistake. So we want to take, yeah, we're transposing it. Do, do, do. Yeah. Give me just a moment. I need to figure this out. So, basically, let's say we're looking at this row B. We're moving into a one-dimensional array. Yeah, row, row. Row is going to stay the same, isn't it? Row 0, column 1. We'll move into 0. Row 1, 1. We'll move into 1, and so on and so forth. This is the way I need to do this so I don't make a mistake, basically. And I may still make a mistake, but we'll see. That looks right. For each of these, we take for each row. The column stays the same, and it's going to be R. What will the column be? Our current character, I believe. Alphabet dot index of output. Man, this is getting ugly. Let's do this a little less ugly so we can understand what we're doing. We need, let's throw this into a method. So this method is going to be get or int array get weights given the Markov chain and the current symbol. Sound good? What have I done wrong here? It needs, of course, types. The Markov chain is a array of two-dimensional array of integers. I keep doing this wrong. And then the current symbol is going to be it could be a character, but I think it's easier to use strings here. Int array weights equals new int array of Markov chain here we want to, let's grab the alphabet as well. We don't necessarily need it. There's probably a way to get, oh, Markov chain is always going to be square, of course. Silly me. But is length going to get us the total number of elements in Markov chain, or is it going to get us the number of elements in one dimension? It should probably get us one dimension. Let's do Markov chain dot length where I equals. Try get length. I use a method called syntax. Length, length. Total number of elements in all the dimensions, 0 through no elements. So that makes sense. What if we want one dimension? Int dimension, okay, that's interesting. And 0 should work, okay. Got that. Var weights equals new int. And it's going to be an array size Markov chain dot get length 0. Can I do that? Yes, looks good so far. Checking, and for now we'll just return it because I like to clear out that issue here. Yep, declare never used, and then drop this into here, tab this out. So it's not input sequence length anymore. It's why is it going to input sequence length? That doesn't sound right at all. It should be going. Okay, I see what's going on. I got the wrong part of it. Here's what I need. Like that. For every row, we're going to look at the column given the current symbol. And the column is going to be the same for each of the weights. And it's going to be based on the alphabet. Int call equals alphabet index of current symbol. So that'll give us our column. We're going each row on that column, each of these rows for B, column B, and we're going to say weights. We're going to go based on a row equals Markov chain row call. That should work, right? Seems like it should work. We should test it though. Equals get weights given Markov chain given our current symbol Let's see. Output. We need our, okay. I wonder if we can just do last. That seems good. As our current symbol. To string. And then alphabet. That'll work. Looks pretty good so far. Let's console right line our output next weights. And maybe try a breakpoint here. Do do do. Or gonna return here. Break here. And see how broken this is. All right, interesting. It's 87 B's. Yep. Looks like I think that's how to read that. A string of 87 B's. Yeah, I believe so. Strange. I would have thought it would be integers. Ah, it's writing, yeah, writing output. Ah, that's so silly. I completely flubbed that. So we're going to be taking a break soon. Mm, good stuff. So yeah, we need output. Our output is B, selected randomly for each. And no, integer weight in next weights console.write that integer followed by a tab. Tab. Do, do. And that seems good. Save and debug. We get this working. 87. Maybe that's character code 87. That doesn't make sense though. I've done something terribly wrong here. What have I done wrong exactly? For each int weight in next weights. Oh, okay, of course. Silly me. Wait. No, no. For each integer weight in next weights. It should contain an array of 4 integers, I would think. So strange. I do not want to leave this until I figured it out. I'm gonna halt this, I think. I wonder if that's what's going on. It's debugging and not recompiling it or something. I don't know. Oh, there it goes. 07120. 07120. Interesting. What's going on here exactly? 07120. That looks like the first row, not the first column. It looks like the zeros row, not the first column. Means, yeah, I've made an error. Happens. Anyway, we're gonna take a short break and be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Gonna get some tea. Have a good day, and I'll see you on the flip side. Be back in 5 to 10. Do is that working? Yeah. All right, we are back. Oops, one moment. Okay, let's see what our issue is here. Probably transpose the rows and columns. So this seems good. Weights, row. Yeah, I think we must have. Although it's really odd to say column then row here. We'll just see what that does though. Seems odd to me at any rate. Same thing. And I wonder if it's an issue with, yeah, we're debugging the same thing multiple times. I think that's what's one of the things that's going on. The fact is I'm not used to Visual Studio Code at all. 0, 13, 6, 0. 13. Where are they getting these numbers? That seems strange. 0, 13, 6, 0. Column. It's the first column. Okay. We need to figure this out. I see, I see, I see. So it's this part. So given this, we're going for each of these in that. Are we generating it based on that? Output last. Now where are these values coming from? Write the Markov chain. It's very strange. I've got some text appearing. I'm not sure why exactly. Writing the weight, which should be an integer. But we're getting it multiple times for each weight and next weights. We're going to write out that value. Column. Column is here. Looks good. So where is our mistake? Let's step through this piece by piece. That seems like a good place to start. We think generating the Markov chain is correct. Then we write it out, which looks probably correct as well. Let's start here and debug this. Debugging. And see if it generates us a random first character. That may be part of the reason for the confusion. Oh, is it clearing the terminal, I wonder? So we've got an initial character index, which is 0, so it should be A. Then our output should consist of that A. It does, good. And then as we step through each of the elements, and then generate the weights for the next symbol in that sequence. Weights is going to be, not sure. Thank you very much. Is it going to be an array of integers? That seems reasonable. With that dimension, yeah, the dimension of the Markov chain filled with zeros. That makes sense. Now the column should be column 0. We'll see if that is generated properly. Yes. And it's going to step through each of the rows. Could there be an issue with scope, variable scope? I don't think that's our problem, but it's possible. No, this should be a local scope. So, going through each row of the first column, it'll step through this 4 times. Let's look at weights. 0, 7, 12, 0 makes sense, I think. Yes. Got the first row. Which, given then it's giving us what the next symbol. Trying to get the. It's frustrating. Not doing exactly what I want. Can I? No. How about? Nope. Basically, just wanting to clear this debug console. Excellent. So why is it not giving us quite what we want here? Remove this slightly. So we're going to need 2 things to get this right. We're going to need this array of weights to tell us what the likelihood of the next symbol is going to be. We're going to need to sum that, and then we're going to generate probabilities for each symbol. Still trying to figure out the issue here. And I think it's just confusing the rows and the columns, that's all. What if we say, it's probably too late to change our meaning of rows and columns. Let me see if this is correct. Going column by column and then row by row. That's not how it's usually done, is it? Silly me. It's usually done row by row, yeah, and then column by column. Yeah, so trying out a transposed matrix. Curses. What is this doing? It's writing out the Markov transposition translation matrix. Like that. I wonder if that'll help at all. I don't see how it will help. We should still have the issue we're having. Interesting. We're putting out a lot of same thing. Here's our matrix. Oh, that may be why we're getting confused. Ah, and this B must be coming from our output selected as B. 13606. 13606. That's good. That's showing that it works. Excellent. That was all a row column mistake on my end. So this, we don't need to write out these anymore. For each weight. What we're going to do is we're going to sum them. And here's where we're getting the B's. And total equals 0. Total weights. Wait, I don't know. 0, and we're going to sum these up. Mm, Feels good to figure that out. Total weight plus equals weight. Now we have a total, and we'll just divide each of the weights by that. No, we're going to select a number. Trying to figure out the best way to do this. If we select a random number between 0 and the total weight, and then, I don't think that's the best way to do this. We could divide each of the elements by the total weight. So these zeros, this 0 would become a 0, and this 6 would become a 6 divided by 25, 6/25ths, and so on and so forth. But we need to eventually, fumbling around a bit. Anyway, should probably have a thing to, easier way to print out a matrix, but I bet you there's something built in to do that. Yep, yep, this is all good. Mhm. When I get stuck, sometimes I'll learn about write a line of code. Let me see what it is. If it had strong opinions, it would really hate what I've written so far, probably, because this is pretty rough. Now, I'm not sure I can dump this whole thing in there. Let me just give it my weights. Yeah, this looks good. Mhm. I've written this so far. Give me a hint or something on how to pick a random likely next symbol, please. No spoilers. I don't want to do it all for me, but better than being stuck and fumbling around, I think, would be to collaborate. Oh, I see what you're doing. You're getting the weights for the possible next characters based on the transition matrix. Big brain moose keeps saying that. Pick a symbol based on those weights. Wait, yep, got it. Maybe something was random and cumulative sums. Rolling die. Yeah, sounds good. Perhaps I could create a new matrix. Now, how would I do this? Where um, each element is the lower bound of a possible randomly generated number or something. See, part of the reason for this project is I like working with other people in order to learn stuff. And right now I've just got this AI. Ah, curses. Just gave me the code. Yep. Anyway, I was hoping. Ooh, I like where your head's at. So you're thinking of turning the weights into cumulative ranges, like setting up a dartboard. Yeah. So you can sum up the weights, generate a random number in that range, find out which section it lands in. This is what I was thinking of. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Cumulative. Oh, interesting. Kind of, yes. Please hold for my next prompt. That's one of the downsides with the tools like this. They'll give you too much information sometimes when you really need to work on it yourself, if you know what I mean. Holding, holding, still holding. You better be cooking up something good because my brain's revved up and ready to roll. I'll be here overanalyzing my own code while we wait. Let's see. So the roll, yeah, that roll makes sense. Cumulative equals 0. Cumulative plus equals next weight's I. Let me see what this is doing. I see, I see. Instead of generating a new matrix, what LearnerBot is doing is going through and summing things up in real time as needed. Yeah, that looks good. Looks like it'll work. Let me put that in here. So we've got our total weight, and this makes sense. Int roll equals rng dot next int. I'm not sure why I'm not getting next int here. Maybe I need to include random in or something. Yeah, I bet you something like that. How does it go? Im, I don't remember. It was something. Give me a sec. Using crud. Silly me. Using random? No? Oh well. I thought I would need to do something like that. Anyway, I don't have next int, so I'll just use next int 64. Over here, I'm going to say int roll equals rng dot next int 64. Oh, single? No. Uh, that's single position floating point number given a maximum of total weight, like that. And I'm going to say convert that to a short. Now, I don't know. We're not going to worry about overflows right now. Or maybe we'll just not. Maybe we'll just do that. Make it long. We won't need it for this input, but just in case, we'll make it long. Do, do, do. Getting some tea. Still too hot, I think. So we've created a role that'll determine which character we pick. But we'll need to figure out, based on our weights, which of the characters this is. So for each of the indices, int uh, I'll say column equals 0. Column does not equal. Now do we go with weights? Yeah. Next weights dot length call plus plus. And we need a total so far. Now, I don't know. We could recycle total weight, but that's probably not the best idea. So first, if we were to roll a 0, and the first column were a weight of 0, what would we do? We'd want to skip it. We wouldn't want to use that. That's good. If it's a zero weight, it should never be picked. What do we do about this? Take a look at what LearnerBot has written. Yeah, next weight's length. That makes sense. Cumulative plus equals. Next weight's I. Rolls less than cumulative. Okay, okay, I see what's happening. It's never going to be less than 0. And next weights will increase. Yeah. Next weights. Hmm. Wrong. Unnecessary assignment of a value. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Saying there's an error. It's assignment value no use. Totally. Already. Okay. Yeah, there it is. There is certainly a better way to do this, but for now, quick and dirty, we're going to get it working. Is the idea. All right. So, given this, if roll is less than total weight, then this is our found it. Mhm. And we're going to convert our current column into a character. Plus equals alphabet column. That might work. Mhm. And that should be just what they have. Yeah, yeah. Now we have to see if it works. So Curtis, right. Just output our output. Output. All right. Have we gotten rid of some of the output we had before? So now there's this. Right line here. I don't think we need this. This doesn't look necessary. Let's delete that for now. Let's just see what happens. Probably breaks. Interesting, yeah. Breaks pretty bad. Oh, okay. But it gives us something. That's kind of neat. It gives A, A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B, C over and over again, thinking that A is always followed by B and B is always followed by C, which isn't necessarily correct. Now, why has it done that? One reason is we're not. Oh, okay, we're not updating our current and next character, I believe. Do I equals 0. Output is that starting character, and we're using starting character index. This is another mystery. It's interesting. The mysteries we run into in this kind of project. And it has an additional A here. I'm not sure whether it's because I outputted it an additional A or Well, there's something else. So B here, I still generate A, B, C over and over again. So it's generating the first, but not the subsequent ones. The first starting character is randomly generated, but the other ones are not. Seems like. We generate next weights. We should step through and see. Rolling energy, cumulative weight equals 0. We're stepping through. Aha, output added. Then, after we do that, we need to update our current output last. This looks right. Output last. Get an alphabet. Okay, we're gonna have to step through this and see what's going on. Let's debug this just a moment. Mm, So the chosen initial starting character, there's our alphabet, there's our sequence, is B. It hasn't chosen C yet, ever, but we'll see what we can figure out. Mm, We get the weights for this character. Next weights. We're just gonna get out of here and see what it got. Next weights. Huh. Is that supposed to be... Hold on. There it is. Integer 4. So it's saying B is often followed by A, but not always. It can be followed by B or a dash, never by C. Is that correct? Yeah, that makes sense to me. B is never followed by C in our input. Let's see if the total weight is calculated correctly. Total weight is 25. Yes, that looks right. Then we're going to make a random number between 0 and 24, I believe. And that is do roll. Roll, where is it? 19. All right. So you'd think that would be dash, B dash. That makes sense to me. I believe it would be because we get here, we have 13. That's not enough. We get here, we have 19, which we're looking for something bigger, strictly larger than what our roll would indicate. We get here, we still have 19, and we get here, we have 25, and that's strictly larger. So our less than over here is doing. Moving on. We've got cumulative weight of 0 for each column. Total weight is currently 38. That's a mistake. It's because we're using total weight instead of cumulative weight. Yeah, that's our mistake. Cumulative weight. Then cumulative weight. Anyway, this is a real quick and dirty programming project. It's not meant for any purpose that involves like life, health, safety, anything like that. All right, this is looking much more interesting. I still don't think it's correct. It has no vowels in it, for one thing. It has a lot of hyphens in it. but we're getting closer. Hmm. Ah, that's good. Ah. Hmm. So let's see. We've got this breakpoint. I don't think we need it anymore. The question is, one, why does it always end with a dash? Two, why are there no vowels? I guess we have to step through again to figure it out. Maybe something isn't being reset properly or not incremented properly. We'll see. Let's go debug and then step through. Calculate the total weight, which if we've got A this time, it should give us a different value. Let's see what our output is. If we start with A, we should get, yeah, a very different value. But again, we're never generating A. That looks like it might be an off by one error. Let's see. Column starts at 0. And however, if it were an off by one error, wouldn't we get a array out of bounds exception at some point? But the fact that it's saying a C follows an A seems reasonable. Hmm. Let's go ahead and continue debugging this. For each, yep, we're calculating the total weight of this column of, with A's. Total weight is 19. Good. I believe that's different from our last total weight of 25. Our roll is 1. So let me look at our Markov chain. Given, you would think the next character would be a B, if I'm reading this correctly. Our first character is an A. Let's see if we get a B. We did not get an A. We did, I believe, get a B. Output, output, output. Here it is, AB. Let's keep going. So far, it seems to be working like it should. Is it, yeah, not resetting something? Or is it, oh, outputting is adding. It's not breaking properly. It's breaking by not breaking. So once we found it, we need to break out of this loop. I believe this will break out of the for loop. That's the issue. Interesting. Look at this. This looks about right. Yeah, I believe this is right. Yeah. So I think we've got it. Let's see what else it can generate. Start with an A, generate a C. Here it started with a B. Excellent. Now you notice it generated a string of a string of 3 C's and a string of 2 B's. It's only looking at the following letter. If we were to design one that looked at the next sequence, the letters to follow like 2 letters ahead, 3 symbols ahead, it would generate a much more realistic output. But for now, I think the thing to do is to refactor. and apply this to other alphabets. That would be good as well. So, have we hard coded anything in here like the alphabet length? If not, we can perhaps read in. Hmm, we should generate our alphabet based on our input sequence. That would be a good step. Now, the alphabet doesn't have to be in order. That's something to consider. So I've got all sorts of ideas about how to proceed next. The Markov chain, this is hard-coded. That's not good. Oh, frack. The Markov chain is going to be alphabet length by alphabet length. I'm really excited about this. Our next step. And still works. It's got dashes at the end because it doesn't know that dashes never occur at the end according to our input sequence because we don't have an ending character code. Of course, if we did, it would say the end is always preceded by a C. The beginning is always preceded by a B, which isn't accurate either. At any rate, there are all sorts of fascinating things we could do with this. I think applying it to English language would be good, but let's clean up a little bit first. Hmm, let's make these in sections. Let's, this will be int, two-dimensional, generate Markov equals, or no, what am I doing? It, this, like that, do, that, do, it's fun. And we're gonna take our string input sequence, our string alphabet. Anything else we need? I don't think so. We'll need to initialize a new Markov chain here. Basically, we're going to put these into functions to make it easier to read and easier to maintain. Alphabet length is one dimension, and alphabet length is the other dimension. Length. At one point, I used a Markov chain to generate a map. And instead of doing letters, I used tiles or terrain types. And instead of looking at the next, I would look at north, south, east, west. It was a neat project. At any rate, next step. Call it, of course. What are we doing? Return it. Return generated Markov. And I like putting these in one area, maybe at the bottom. Another thing we could do is put this in a class. That would be a good thing to do. Let's put this here. Top level statements are so weird, but I don't know. I'm starting to see the benefit of not having to make a class for this. Oops. Cars bumbling around a little bit. It's all good. Good. Markov chain. We got a Markov given input sequence. I like that I can do this without having to worry, hopefully, about the fact that it's returning what may be a local variable. We'll see. Alphabet. Now, alphabet can be determined from the input sequence, so maybe I should do that. And it's important to see that I haven't broken anything yet. All right, what have we got? I'm not sure. Let me clear this terminal. So clear, execute. There's executing. Now we have an output. Our console write line never gets called. Why is that? Is it because I made a mistake with the local variable thing? It may be. Generate the Markov here. See if it's properly generated. And debug this. Markov is array of ints. They're all zeros. Fascinating. Alt. And go into our generate Markov. Here, I thought you could do this in C#, but maybe not. Maybe I have to make something like an output variable for this, but I didn't think so. Okay, generated Markov. Still array of zeros. We've got our input sequence, which is not empty. We've got our alphabet, which is valid. So what have we done wrong? Sequence is 87. Ah, it's updating the wrong value. Interesting that it can see it. It's in scope, and I guess that makes sense because it's a method here. That. What happened? Ah, something happened. That goes. The heck is going on? Paste. That's better. Remove these breakpoints and see if this gives us anything. Because the Markov chain was empty, it was saying that no symbol ever follows any other symbol. And that would make sense that it didn't produce any output, in my opinion. In my humble opinion. Any news? No. At any rate. So this works. Good. Still works. We're going to try generating an alphabet from our input. I think that's going to be a good idea. Let's see. And the alphabet is going to be a string. Generate alphabet given string input. And what we're going to do is we're going to say string generated alphabet for each character. Let's see, in input. I believe this works. Let's say if alphabet dot contains C. If it doesn't contain C, alphabet dot alphabet, can we say plus equals input or no? C to string. Easy peasy. Then instead of having the alphabet like this, we can say generate alphabet that. So where have we gone wrong? Needs an input sequence. And then what? Assign local variable input sequence is not null here. Use unassigned variable alphabet. Generate alphabet may have alphabet in it? Yeah. Yeah, silly me. It's like it won't copy properly. So what's wrong here? The fact that it's going to be null, not null, unassigned local variable. Yep. So it initializes some things, but not others. Looks good. And what's wrong here? That'll come pass return value, of course. Return generated alphabet. And what's wrong here? Is it going to be null? Generate head. Done. And we'll see if this gets us the same result. So right now we're doing a process known as refactoring, making this easier to understand, easier to maintain, easier to debug. We're writing the same algorithms, the same processes, but we're using slightly different code, making it modular. At any rate, seems good so far. So, one thing we can do at this point is use a different input. Do we have a dictionary, I wonder? We don't have locate. Apt cache or apt query. No. Search. Dict. Lots. Now this is not showing us installed packages. I believe. I don't remember. Alternatively, we can just download Merriam-Webster 1918 from Project Gutenberg. That might be a good thing to run a Markov chain on. I believe that's what it's called. I mean, it's just Webster 1918. Is that what it is? No. Webster. Do. It's an unabridged dictionary. 1516. Is that right? No, that's Dallas. Silly me. We want plain text, UTF-8. Is that a link to it? Yeah, I think it is. Save as. Yep. And we're going to drop it in projects. C#. Markov. Dict text. Downloaded. Good. See how this looks. Now, not all of these are okay. Here, where we get definitions. So if we throw this in, most of these are normal or English words and sentences. We're going to discard our changes. Hopefully, we won't run into any issues with storing this. Sequence equals. Can we just file read all line, read all text, dict, txt, input sequence. Now, what's the issue here? It needs a semicolon, of course. I have no idea if this is going to work or not. I would say probably not. Yeah, error. Could not find file. There it is. It's permissions look good. Could not find file. Needs to be in the debug directory. Okay. So it's not being properly copied to our output folder. We need to tell it to do that. In here, I think it would be in our project to do that. But I'm not sure. Maybe for now, we can just copy it into bin, paste. Will that help? Or we could do a relative path. But anyway, let's see if this works. Don't show again. So I think it's running through the whole thing. It may take quite a while. So we'll want some way to have it tell us its progress or make it stop after a certain number of characters. So instead of going for the whole length of input sequence, maybe we'll go, I don't know, 10,000 characters? Is this what we want? Yeah. And there are probably some good ways to optimize this. Oh, okay. It's generating a new dictionary. That's the problem. Instead of that, we're going to generate 100 characters worth of dictionary stuff based on the dictionary, Markov stuff. See if that helps. Excellent. So you can see these are English words, but they have letters that follow the same patterns as English words. Now, you'll notice that they have some punctuation marks that don't make sense in English words. But the reason is this dictionary has a lot of stuff that things like deafen colon and then semicolon and then there's stars and commas that don't really follow English words. Anyway, I think that works pretty well. Is there any way we can confirm it's doing the right thing? I can't think of any good way to do that right now. But I like this. Read the entire Webster dictionary from what, I don't know, from a while ago, I think. And generating some new symbols. Anyway, I think we're going to take another break, but I should decide what we're going to do after this break. Perhaps we could write tests. We could do another project. We could do some more refactoring. I'll think about it. while I get something to consume, I think. Be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Mm. All right, we are back. Still not certain exactly what we're going to do next. We've got our Markov generator working pretty well. Maybe we should give it other inputs. Maybe instead of the Merriam-Webster dictionary, we should go for some short story. Maybe, or something like Arthur Conan Doyle Sherlock Holmes story. Download that in plain text. Save link as and just see what it generates. Goes here, I guess. Sherlock. Downloaded just for fun. See what happens. And Sherlock as input. And are we ready to execute? I think I want to open it. Open Sherlock first to see how it differs from the dictionary, say. Execute our program and see what it generates. It generates an exception. Yay. Was it a file error? Yep. It needs to be a debug, I guess. Yeah, file not found needs to be a debug. Let's see if we can just move that here. I do. And execute. Does not look like Sherlock Holmes. No file. Sherlock text. Try again. C# bin debug.net 90. Silly me. Go. Just do this. All right. So you can tell that I often follow spaces. It hasn't seemed to learn that capital letters, this seems to be odd to me. A capital letter, capital W followed by an E, lowercase e. I don't understand that. Or a period immediately followed by a lowercase e. That seems odd to me. I wonder if that's correct. Let's look at our alphabet. That might be interesting. Now we'll want it sorted. If we didn't sort it properly, it could result in issues like this. Because what we're doing is, in one sense, the alphabet is unsorted when we generate it. That's probably causing issues. And then when you use it, do we ever need it to be sorted? That's the question. Let's go ahead and sort it when we generate it. Dot sort. You can't sort. How about string dot sort? Sort. No? Interesting. So not only is sort the string, which sort of makes sense in a way. I mean, I'm not seeing anywhere where it would need to be sorted. We're doing things like index of without required to be sorted. Going through these one by one. But I'd really like to sort our alphabet somehow. How are we going to do that? So we can't do it with string, and we can't do it with dot sort. That seems strange. I would have thought, but I guess strings aren't generally things you sort. Arrays are. Aha! That's a good idea. To array dot sort. No sort. How about to sorted array? Nope. To sorted set, to sorted dictionary. Maybe sorting is in another part of the .NET framework. Let me just check that. .NET string sort. List T sort method. Collections. There, go away. Array dot sort. Okay, like this. Yeah. It's in system array dot. Okay. Array dot sort this to array dot to string. How's that? Will that work? Wait, okay. What have I done wrong? Maybe. So we're sorting that. Oh, okay. This here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Now, why is this not working? It's saying void. Oh, I see. It's like an in-place sort. It's not returning that. So we want to, yeah, I'm wondering if at some point we have not sorted this, assuming it was sorted, because initially we were using a sorted array of for our alphabet. Return, and then we're going to need to store this. This is going to return what? Array of characters, or it's in place, it's void, but it's going to return an array of characters. Curses. Alphabet array equals generated alphabet to array. Then we sort alphabet array. Alphabet array. And we return alphabet array to string and hope it works, basically. What's the problem here? Possible null reference return. I wonder why it's saying that. Is it because array can return a null reference? Generic interface of each element of the array. That looks good. And to array, yeah. All this looks fine to me. We'll see how it goes. Now, exception. Index out of range. Where? Line 7. Okay, so our alphabet was not properly generated. Let's break here, then debug. And see what our alphabet array looks like. Okay, that makes sense, and it does look sorted. I'm going to step out of here and see what our alphabet looks like. Alphabet string and system. It's a character array. I wonder if that doesn't seem quite. Oh, okay. That's its literal contents, not its type. So that's not right at all. What did I do wrong? Alphabet array is a character array. It's not null here. Possible null reference return. ToString on alphabet array, but we're getting just a literal, I believe, alphabet array is declared as generated alphabet to array. That seems good. Let me go through this again, debugging it. Debug. Maybe. Do I have an immediate window? I don't know if I do. Alphabet array is a sorted array of characters. ToString. Call on that. Oh, could it be? No, that doesn't seem likely, but maybe. No, that seems very unlikely that this would matter. Hmm. Yeah. Silly, silly. What have I done wrong here? It's an array of characters, and I want to convert it to a string. How hard could that be? Is it somehow converting them in place one by one for some reason? That wouldn't make sense. What could it be? Let me ask LearnerBot. Now I'm generating an alphabet from input rather than hard coding, but sorting it has been problematic. I need to go from a sorted array of characters to a string, but toString isn't working as expected. I wonder if there's something else going on. I'll ask. Going on, though. See what LearnerBot has to say. I really want LearnerBot to be more of a genuine learner that I can mentor, but yeah, that's exactly. New Car says is problematic about this sorting. Yeah, it's saying toString on an array ain't gonna magically turn into a nice string for some reason. I guess maybe that makes sense. It's gonna give you a system character array or something equally unhelpful. You probably want new string your sorted array, or maybe string concat your sorted array. Yeah, that makes perfect sense now. Although toString, I would think there'd be an overload for arrays or something. I don't know. So what did it say? New string given our array of characters. Characters. Here we go. And that should help a lot. We're going to execute this and see if it gives us an exception. It does not appear to have. Still, let's see if any of these look strange to us. Capital F after lowercase r does look a little odd. Just slightly. So this is from Sherlock Holmes. A B, capital B after lowercase u is unusual, but altogether, this doesn't look awful. We're generating random text based on the contents of an existing document. I wonder if there's some way we could verify that it's doing the right thing. I like this. This looks almost like using the patterns in English to generate a new unique English word, almost even pronounceable. But this is odd, a little bit strange. It's interesting that it keeps coming up with this floating capital I. It is one of the most common words in the English language, I think. All right. I think that's good. That's good. Um, I didn't do anything to check if sorting the array had made a difference, but you know, that's okay. Not much. I mean, I could go back, but let's not. Let's move forward. Let's delete these comments. Do we want to do anything to optimize or anything to add to this? Just trying to decide what to do next, or we could wrap it up. I hate to do that so early, though. I'll ask LearnerBot. That might be fun. It seems to be working now. I can archive text and generate new text based on it. What what would be a good thing to work on next, do you think? Now, I do have other projects I could start on, but I don't think I'd be able to complete them. That's a downside. Tweak randomness, look back further. Yep, that would be cool. Bigrams or trigrams. More data. Yeah. I like the idea of bigrams or trigrams. That sounds cool. Sound interesting. Let's see. So instead of single characters, we would be using pairs or triplets, right? Mhm. Mhm. Yep. It's it's still generating. Okay. Bingo. Instead of tracking what comes after A, you track what comes after AB, bigrams, or what comes after ABC, trigrams. That way the generated text keeps more of the original structure. So instead of this, you'd have that. That means when generating text, you look at the last two or three letters instead of just one. Sound good, or are we needlessly making this complicated again? Sounds good. We'll do bigrams to start with. Please hold for next prompt. All right, to do bigrams, how would we do that? Instead of an array of indices into alphabet, our alphabet would consist of an array of strings, I would think, slicing the text into two character sequences. Just thinking this out. Let me put some comments down here to see how this would work. So here's what we'd have. For current, we'd be using a two character sequence like A, maybe AC. And next, I think, still generates one character. Like this. A, B, C. All right, so it's saying given two A's, what's the likelihood that the next character will be an A? And we might say that's likely to happen. This is likely to happen. I don't know. This is unlikely to happen. I don't know. And we're still generating one character at a time given these bigrams, as I understand it. Let me double check with LearnerBot. Holding, still holding. I should start charging you for all this waiting time. My processors aren't free. Bigrams are going to make this thing way better. Can't wait to see what curse sentences we generate next. So we're still generating one character at a time, right? Just making sure. And LearnerBot says, oi. Mm. Yep, still generating one character at a time, but now the choice is based on the last two instead of just one. So instead of what letter follows A, it's what letter follows A, B. Easy peasy. Try coding a diagram. Show me more wisdom first. I'm going to go ahead and try it. Now, we're going to need to change our array, I think, or maybe our alphabet. Let's see. Yeah, our alphabet is going to have to be a list of strings, I think. Alphabet. Let's maybe save this as version 1. That seems reasonable. .NET. Is it create Markov diagram? I believe that's right. Oh, it has to be name and console. .NET new console diagram. All right, and we're going to copy Markov star.text to Markov frac diagrams. And fumbling around a little bit. Markov. Gonna copy what it bin, debug, whatever. Into data Markov diagram. Next, we want to take program CS so we can base our next project off of it. And then open that workspace. Folder, open folder. Open this. Good. Look at program CS. So now our I believe we can still use these arrays of integers, no problem. Our alphabet is going to be different though. It's going to be every combination of two symbols, and then every possible symbol that follows those two symbols. Now it seems to me there'll be some overlap, but I think that's going to be all right. Let's look into generating the alphabet. Instead of a string, we're going to be returning an array, I believe. Or let's say a list of strings, or a list of character arrays, but I like list of strings better here. Generated alphabet equals empty. No. Generated alphabet equals new list string. One thing we could do if we so choose is to make it a parameter. Input int length. Yeah, list of strings. That seems good. Given length as a parameter, that contains, instead of a character, it's going to be a string and input. And input is going to have to be sliced into all the 2 character sequences or length character sequences inside of input. I wonder if we should probably do that with a method. And it'll be, what do we call it? Are we just going to do that in here? Let's see. And there's going to be overlap. That is, with ABC, we're going to want AB and BC. So instead of for each, let's go character by character. For int in input dot length. And then if I does not equal input length minus length, we're going to grab that many characters. So we're going to say we need new stores, new symbol, or sequence. I think symbol. String symbol equals empty. We're going to say the symbol equals the input dot. Do you have a substring? Yeah. And I length. Looks pretty good. I bet you it's going to have to be -1, but we'll see if it throws an exception. Or we could think it out. If the input length is, say, 5, and we're doing bigrams, so 2, we'll go from 0 to 3. Now, the third would be 1, 2. No, I don't think that's quite working. Anyway, let's see. 0, 1, 0 through 4 are valid indices. Go with the 0, 1, 2. Go 3. Yeah, pretty sure we need a -1 here. Anyway, we get the substring. Generate alphabet contains that substring symbol. Then we add it if it doesn't contain it. Generate alphabet dot add that substring. And it's no longer called C, it's called symbol. And it no longer needs to be converted, so we'll just add it. Right? Looks good. Next, this is going to generate our alphabet. What have we done wrong exactly here? For I and I does not equal. No, I frac equals 0. I does not equal fracking heck. Go away. Yeah, I'm fumbling about a little bit. Does not equal input length. I plus plus. Good. So for each index in input length, minus length -1. So then why do we need this? I don't think we do. Delete that. For the love of all. Delete this. And then delete this. Delete these. Get a symbol. Generate alphabet contains symbol, or it does not contain symbol, but then we add that symbol to the alphabet. We turn that into an array. It already is an array, so we don't need to do that anymore. Array sort. Generated alphabet. Return a new string. We don't return a new string. We should return generated alphabet. So what's going wrong here exactly? It could be no method group to system array. Ah, frack. Gave us the wrong thing here. Generated. Good, 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 good. Maybe. Problem here. It's going to convert from a list of strings to an array. Dot sort. Yeah. Now, is that sorting in place or is it returning a value? Default comparer. It returns void, so it must be doing that in place. Sort, return generated alphabet. Good, good. Looks good. So that gives us a list of bigrams in our generated alphabet. Now, what's the issue here? Length. For now, we're going to give it length 2. Mark of chain, this looks good. Doesn't have a length. A list of string doesn't have a length. Does it have a size? A get length. Now, count. Alphabet. Count. Now, does this make sense? I don't think it does. Instead of saying what bigram follows each bigram, we're also going to want, aha, there. So that's not our alphabet, that's our symbols. Symbols. Our alphabet equals generate alphabet input sequence 1. And one of them is going to be our symbol count, and the other is going to be our alphabet count. So alphabet is going to be a list of all the characters it finds, and symbols is going to be a list of all the bigrams it finds. Generate Markov. Yep. So generate Markov is going to have to be updated significantly, I think. Instead of taking strings, a string alphabet, which could still be a string, but we're going to use the list of string for now. A string alphabet. And is that going to work for us? Let's see. We're just going to make it not complain for now. Index of item. What went wrong here? Input sequence I. Convert from car. Yeah. No, I'm getting a character out of here. Yeah. So what we're saying is given this character, but we don't want that character. We want substring. Given starting at I length. We're going to have to take a length, which is an integer. One moment. Respond to a person on the stream. Yeah. So I'm telling Citrusi it goes well. Got a Markov chain going. Next up is using bigrams instead of single character symbols. Is this right? Yeah, it looks right. So we're taking a substring given a length, which we're going to have 2 since they're bigrams. 2. And we're going to put, it's going to get length. We're going to generate Markov based on that length. Oops. But given length. Want to see the Markov generator? What am I doing? I'm new at this. All right. So, given this is generating our output. This is generating our Markov table. A matrix thing. It's not going to be able to find in our input sequence. Yeah. Yeah. So we need to do a substring here. Dot substring I length. Chicken. And this length was length. It's pretty ugly so far, but I mean, it's doing some interesting stuff. Okay. So this is almost certainly going to fail, but that's all right. It always fails the first time when you do some major refactoring like this, going from single symbols to bigrams. Let's see. So get weights is expecting an alphabet, which is a string. Alphabet is now a list. So we're going to refactor, generate the getting weights. List of string. Yeah. And that means we go count instead of length. And I think we've corrected all of the syntax errors. Yep. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'll go debug because it's almost certainly going to raise an exception. For one thing, I don't think it has access to the input files it needs. Okay, yeah, file not found. I'm going to halt that. Well, it's just they're in the wrong location. Copy this. And yeah, just this. Copy into bin. Debug.net. Whatever. Paste. Interesting the way it does that. Collapses this bin debug, not a 9 into one line. Here's Sherlock Holmes. We can close that and that. That's our input to our Markov chain. So it can analyze that and see the patterns in it. And we're going to debug again and see what else goes wrong. If anything, yep. Index out of range. It's not too surprising. Our, let's see, can we inspect our variables here? It halted. Here, yeah, our variables. We can see that we're on row -1, column -1. So that means it might not have found what it was looking for. Doesn't seem like it should ever do that though. Yeah, it's trying to find input sequence substring I 0 length 2. So it's trying to find TH with capital T. In our alphabet, which only consists of single characters. That's why it can't find them. Instead of alphabet, I wonder if we need to give it our symbol table at some point, which is symbols. We never give it, oh, there it is. No. I'll give it input sequence, alphabet, and length, and it generates our symbol table now. Oh, okay, we were assuming that the alphabet and the symbol table were identical there. They are not. So instead of doing that, we're going to alphabet, comma, symbols. I'm going to update the signature, halt the debugging alphabet, which is a list of strings, symbols. There we can, and here's a mistake. Instead of a square matrix, it's going to be a rectangular matrix. Yes, single symbols count, alphabet count. Symbols count, alphabet count here, because there are many more bigrams than there are potential symbols in our alphabet. That is combinations of two characters than there are symbols in our alphabet. Next, we have our symbols, we have our alphabet, we allocate our array here. It's our Markov table. We go through one by one our sequence until we get to the very end. Interesting. Why don't we, I don't know if I should do this, but I'm going to do this. It's a little bit of on-the-fly refactoring here. Oops, curses, flashes. This keyboard is not always doing what I want it to do. The keys aren't in the right place, sort of. All right. So our row is, I believe, our symbol table. We search our symbols for our input sequence given I length. Our column, we search our alphabet given input sequence substring I and 1, because our output is one by one character at a time. And then we add 1 to that row and that column to say we found a symbol that follows that in our alphabet that follows that bigram, where TH should almost certainly have E following, lowercase e. And that's the kind of thing it'll remember here using our Markov chain. Next, now see if it crashes again. Oh, interesting. Exiting with code 0 did not crash, but it did not generate any text that I can see. Fascinating. So we need to see why that is. Our output is here. So I guess our output must be length 0. It should be length 100. Let's debug again. And we're going to examine some of our inputs, which include our symbol table and our alphabet. Our alphabet is just every letter that appears in the text. That makes sense. Now our symbol table is all the bigrams that we can see, which is new line carriage return, new line followed by this, new line followed by that, etc., etc. I want to get to the new line followed by a capital S or a lowercase q. Interesting. Those are in our symbol table because they appear somewhere in the document. Now let's see if our Markov chain array looks sensible. It's saying a new line followed by a new line is very common, but a lot of the other combinations are very uncommon. Interesting. Extremely uncommon compared to new line. So there are a lot of like double line breaks in the text. And the first symbol in our alphabet, or let's see if that makes sense. Is there our symbols? It's our symbols. New line space. Okay, that appears sometimes, I believe. Anyway, why is it generating this lack of anything? Is it generating just a bunch of new lines? It could be. Let me step through this. All these inputs seem reasonable to me. Next waits determines what the next symbol could be. Okay, that seems reasonable. Nothing too strange like a negative number. And then we go through each of the values. Did we roll? Oh, we're totaling them up first. So let's go to here, continue off, roll. Let's see what our total is. 12,000 possible numbers we could generate. And we got 7,900 something. And then we find out what letter that is. I wonder if it could be breaking out of the wrong loop somehow. So 7,000 would put us down somewhere around here maybe, or even lower. Anyway, let's wait until we find what symbol we generate next. We should also see what we started with. We started with, that's a problem. Yes, this 2 is not supposed to be a 2. Our initial character, let's just say it's input sequence dot first for now, like that. And it's a character. Wouldn't we need it's a character index. Hold on. I maybe make a mistake here. So, strike. It's an index. Okay. We need to start with some output so it knows it can look at what the next symbol is. But since it's a bigram, we need 2. So instead of this, I'm going to say output equals input sequence dot substring 0 length length. And that way we'll pick up the first few characters of the text and from there try to generate more reasonable text to follow it. Let's see how it goes. We'll just run it this time. Executing, and it generated the first two characters of the text, but it did not find anything to follow it with. Yep. Can be simplified, absolutely. So it's starting to generate another 100 characters of text. The weights look good. The cumulative weight, the roll looks good. Output plus equals alphabet, that looks good. So what's going wrong here? Interesting question. I'm going to continue off of here to the next breakpoint. Look at our roll, which is roll. Oh, okay. Is it re-rolling here at this point? Yes, it's re-rolling because it seems like it's not finding any place in our weights that matches our roll. We step over here, we see that our roll is 0 and our total weight is also 0. Like there is nothing in our markup chain that tells the system what should follow. That would be why it's not generating any output, I assume. Our total weight must then be, why is our total weight 1009? No, our total weight is 0. That's the problem. Our weight in it, next weights, all zeros, looks like. So our get weights is probably not working properly. Get weights. So given our Markov chain, an array of integers, and our current symbol, which is a string, good, and our alphabet, which is a list of strings, it's supposed to generate a list for those. Weights equals new in Markov chain, get length of the 0th dimension, number of rows, I believe. Yes, I believe so. We should verify that. Let's verify that that method works as expected. Debug. And we're going to continue off, generating our weights, stepping over. It's an array of 1009. Hold on. Yes. Hold on. Yeah. 1809. So our weights are for each of they should be for each of the characters, I believe, that could follow, not each of the symbols that could follow. So that's our mistake. So we need the columns and not the rows. Given that, we find the current symbol in our alphabet. That does not seem quite right. Because the current symbol may be 2 characters, the alphabet should be 1 character. So what's going on here? Water. Oh, okay. Now, part of the problem is that our original Markov was square, and now it's rectangular because we're using bigrams instead of single characters. So this looks right. We'll have a lot of weights, one per bigram. No, hold on. Yes, yes. One per symbol in the alphabet. Our column is going to be what's going wrong here? Perhaps our AI can help us. Perhaps. I'm not sure if I want to use it right now though, because the more you depend on tools like that, the less you learn. The more you struggle through a problem yourself and figure it out yourself, I would say the more you learn. So you've got a breakpoint in there. Let me step through it and see what I can learn. You might say I'm depending on the debugger, but I think the debugger is just doing things I could do myself just more quickly. I mean, I could run my own like print statements and break, return and exit and whatever, but that's tedious. You could say the same thing about AI, but I'm not certain. So we generate a new array. Let's see if it's the right dimension. It's got 98. That's about the sensible. It includes uppercase, lowercase, punctuation, etc. Now this may be 0. I'm not sure. No, it's 58. Interesting. So that's a reasonable thing. Current symbol is H. I would have thought it would be a bigram instead of a single symbol. But I suppose, hmm, why is current symbol not a bigram? Let's look at Markov chain, see what it looks like. Yeah, that's what we've seen before. It looks like current symbol is the second symbol in the text rather than the first. Let me look at where this is called. We are called here. Ah, that's our problem. That's the problem. I wonder if last can take a parameter asking for the last n. There's an overload. Let me see what the overload is. Last length does not take an integer. How about substring? Oh no, output is crud. We do want the last two characters of output. So we could do a substring of output dot len minus length and length. Will that work or will that be off by one? Substring type string. Hold on. So output is a string. We've initialized it here. Ah, I may have mistyped it. Yeah. Typo. So I expect this to break as well, but we'll see. I found the issue, which is good. No, I want to actually, I think, just run it through, see what happens. I'm going to execute. Exception. Okay, understandable. At 21, which is right here. Okay. Well, that's minus length. Yeah, okay. So it's going to start at length 2. Minus length is 0. Length is 2. Is this an index or a number of characters length? That makes sense. Let me remove these breakpoints now. So even if we don't get this project done today, we will continue it next time. But so far, it seems to be going fairly well. So why are we doing? Since length is 0, the length should be 2. I mean, I could just correct a potential off by 1 error, but I want to figure out what's going on. I'm pretty sure this is off by 1. We're going to debug again and watch the exception pop up and then see what our values are. Ah, this is not what I thought. Index inside the bounds of the array. I must have not read this properly. It calls -1 because it could not find current symbol, a TH, in alphabet, which only contains one character string. So that makes sense. We're getting the weights given a Markov chain and a current symbol. Current symbol should be a 2-character string. Line 21 is what calls it. 20 just calls it, yeah. Don't need to call toString here. Yeah. Our length. No, got it. Thinking for just a moment. We need a length of 1 greater. Ah, blast. Did not mean to do that. I'm going to halt this. Our length is currently 2. Is it going by index? I wonder. This doesn't seem right at all, but I'm going to give it a shot. Debugging. Yep, out of range, but this is a different place. This is when we're generating the substring of the output. Pretty much, we want the entire output at this point, but we will want the last 2 characters. Output length is currently 2. Length is currently 2. So substring should start at 0, yeah. Length is 2. We add 1 to get 3. That's a mistake. Okay. -1 to get the... That doesn't seem right either. Yeah, I'm fumbling around a little bit. I kind of just want to make progress right now. Get out of the issue I've been having. We've generated TH, so that's something. Next up. Next up. I know of something I can check. Okay, that's not saying muted. Good. Wanted to check that just in case. As I was saying, so what is it doing? Is it saying end of? No, it should be generating 100 characters. We're gonna break. Hmm, maybe try TH and that's it. No spaces, no new lines, nothing after the H. And it generates that H based on, let's just jump into that. Yeah, we have some problem with generating our weights, I think. For each possible following character given our current bigram. Weights is a 98. Yeah, I think that makes sense, yeah. Row 0, alphabet dot count. Is that correct? I don't, it doesn't seem correct. Yes, that is correct. 98, good. Now, it could be that everything is going to be 0 because it never finds a capital T followed by a lowercase h. That seems possible. That seems possible. What do we do in that instance? Maybe select some other potential place to start. Interesting. But it seems like it should have found another th in the capital T, lowercase h in the text somewhere. Let's start with 1 length. Okay, get weights. Substring output length minus 2, length minus 1. Or this substring isn't working properly. That's entirely possible. String current bigram equals. It's actually going to be an endgram, I suppose. This current bigram. That's generating an array of integers. What's the problem here? Oh, a semicolon, of course. Silly, silly. And then we're going to debug this. I'm going to have to wrap up pretty soon. Okay, that's as expected to start with, but it's not generating us anything at all. Could the markup table be off? It looked correct to me when I did just a visual scan of it. Alphabet looked correct. We could generate our weights with the cumulative results incorporated into them. That would be a neat way of doing it. Just trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, here's what we do. We see if our hypothesis is correct regarding the weights. Yeah, if total weight were 0, I think we have been getting zeros. Total weight is in fact 0. That means it can't find anything that ever follows HE. That sounds incorrect. So yeah, our get weights is still malfunctioning. Let me double check something. All right. Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing, testing, 1, 2. I'm just a little worried that my mic is muted or something. Okay, that seems fine. Seems fine. Excellent. Next up, figure out why get weights is returning zeros. Or it's actually the total weight is 0. And I was assuming that was done correctly. Wait, in next weights is calculated using get weights for each weight in next weights, which is an array of integers. Next rate weights is an array. Yep. Weights is a new array. Lengths of marker. Column in the Markov should be not alphabet current symbol. Alphabet. It's not going to be an alphabet. That's our problem. Current symbol will never be an alphabet. Given that, where will it be? It'll be in the Markov chain. It won't be in the alphabet. Do we need a list? Do we have a list of all of our symbols? I believe so. Alphabet. I am fading a little bit in terms of my focus, but that's all right. List string symbols. So we pass in alphabet, we also pass in symbols to generate the weights. Because without the symbols, we can't convert the current symbol into a number. Yeah, in here it's assuming that the alphabet and the symbol table are identical. They are not. Let's see if that helps. Execute. Yes. Made progress. Index outside bounds. Good. Row 0. Does that make sense? Have we seen this before? We have seen this before. Column -1 because it can't find H. And that makes sense because why is it H? Current symbol should not be H. It's passed in as H. Okay, because we're off by 1. Summer. Close this. Halt that. So what we want, substring is wanting an start index and a length. Frack. Silly me. Not a start index and end index or anything like that, just a length. Length should be 2. How silly. Moving on. Out of range. Now, is current symbol still silly? No. That makes sense. Is it not able to? This should be found inside of our symbol table. It's found on column 1002, row 0. That should be valid. Which array is the index outside bounds? That's valid. Is it the Markov chain doesn't have that many? Markov has 1800 rows, 98 columns. Okay, I'm getting columns and rows mixed up again. Now I want to see if I can understand that. Our row and our columns are not adding up. It's that our column is too large. That's why it's outside the bounds of the Markov train array. Yeah, this makes a lot more sense. Row is this, and then for each column. And the weights array will have one for everything in the alphabet. Yeah. Weights, column, row, column. I think that should help. Mhm. See what we accomplish. Continue off of that. If did we get a total weight? Yeah, total weight looks good. Continue off of that. And we got HEH. Good. Good, good, good. We want to stop debugging and just continue. So I don't see an option for that. Oh, it's a breakpoint. Terminate the breakpoint. Execute. And I think that's cute. Oh, we got our HEHEHEHE. But we are making progress on this. The question is, why is it generating just HEHEHEHE? Laughing at us, I guess. Let's go back to using, instead of the second two characters, the first two and see what happens. Substring at 0. And execute that. I guess TH now. Index out of range. Give it, oh, it's probably got a -1 because it can't find, yeah. Couldn't find a TH, which doesn't really make sense. Could not find TH in the array. So it's saying following a lowercase e is always a lowercase h. Following a lowercase h is always a lowercase e, which is clearly mistaken. I mean, it may be moderately common, but it shouldn't be certain. Let me step through this again. But where do we want to stop? Maybe on get weights. Execute this in debugging mode. We should also ensure that our input sequence, yeah, looks good. Our current bigram with HE, good. We get our weights for that bigram, which are zeros. Well, it would make sense if they're mostly zeros. This should be a very sparse array. Let's look through that weights table. But it should not be an empty array. Yeah, that's odd. That doesn't seem like it should be the case at all. That's probably an H. I'm saying there are 11,000 H's following HEs. So our weight generation is still off. We're going to re-execute this. And continue off of here, I believe. All right. Gonna step over. 1002. I think that makes sense given our current symbol is HE, which it is. Here are all of our symbols. Step over. Column number 0. Chain row. Column 0. I always get this confused about the Markov chain. What's going to go in the rows? What's going to go in the columns? In some sense, it's entirely up to the programmer. But they need to be consistent. Row 1002. That makes sense. Column 0. So let's generate the weights. Where does it take the input? Okay, it's already taken the input. Could the Markov chain have been generated inaccurately? And generate Markov. Yeah, quite possibly could have. Index of input sequence of I2. This looks pretty clean though. Maybe if I use a smaller input, yeah, that would probably make it a lot easier. I put the input sequence back. Equals. Something like that. Very predictable. So AB, C always follows AB. Yeah. And then we'll step through this and see if what we're getting makes sense. I'm gonna debug. Read all the text, then overwrite it. Generate our alphabet, which should be just A, B, and C. Yeah. This is bigram. So AB, there's BC, there's CA, and BC. Okay. AB, BC, CA, AB, BC, CA, AB, BC, CA. Why does it have the others? Like B. Oh, yeah, it goes A, B, C, B, C, A, B, C, B, A. Okay. I see what's going on. Maybe C, B. ABC. I'm just trying to figure out the best way of doing this. I'm trying to get a Markov chain I could generate. Maybe if a sequence always follows A, B, 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 C, C, C. So this should tell us following a diagram of AA, you'll always get an A. BB, you always get a B. CC, you always get a C. Yeah, that may be simpler. Step over, over, over. Here's our alphabet of symbols. Yeah. And it's sorted. That's why it looks a little odd. Yeah. B, C, A, B, B, B. Where's C, C? I don't see C, C in our alphabet of symbols. Now that seems like it should be there. Because we have C, C following C. But maybe it's off by the last character. Put a space. Yes, yes. It's not picking up the last few. Last, yeah. So that's that. See if it correctly generates the alphabet. A, B, C, and space. Yeah. Let's see if it correctly generates the Markov chain. That does not look right at all. What the heck? Are they all zeros? Yeah, this is entirely zero. That's not correct. So we're not generating the. Oh, okay. We haven't generated it yet. Silly me. We generate the Markov chain here and get, yeah, ones and zeros. So this is saying following AA, you get an A once, I think. Yeah, this looks reasonable. Two, that's probably spaces following sequences. Let's see what it generates. Or will it break? Hmm. Ah, string of only A's. So there's still something wrong. The chain looks okay. The matrix looks okay. Let's look at what the weights look like. Right before we return the weights. That'll tell us what the likelihood of, oh, because A always follows A. No, A. It may have an A or it may have a space. So it should have about 50% for each. Yeah, I would say 50% each possibility. Continue off of here. However, our weights are saying twice, 100%. We get an A following an A. Why is that? I mean, I could ask LearnerBot, but I would like to figure this out on my own if possible. And we've got a half hour, so I should be able to do this, right? Famous last words. So there's our Markov chain. We initialize a new weights based on the size of that, which is 4. And what this is telling us is these 4 symbols are going to occur next. We go through columns based on the length of the alphabet. I think that makes sense. The alphabet is sorted. Count is 4. Pretty sure, yep. We increment column each time. Okay. There's a row being 3, column being 0, being 3. Zero, 2, 0, 0. That doesn't seem right. Saying A's always follow A's. Well, 0. I think yeah, it's got the row in the column reversed, I think. Let's just try that hypothesis. If that were the case, and I think it is, A is 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 2, 1, 1, 3, 1, 2. That is making some sense, but not quite what I want. That's saying there's three things. One occurs twice as often as the other. Well, that makes sense though. However, these indexes don't. Current symbol double A's. Alphabet. Space. ABC. Symbols. 0, 1, 2, 3. So 2 and 3. Hmm. Right now we've got A3, a double A as our current symbol. Do we even need that, I wonder? We're generating the weights, given the current symbol 3. Symbol table gives us our index. What are we doing wrong here? It simply seems that I can't hold enough in working memory at once sometimes. Hmm. Checking something. Okay, that works. I like this syntax. What's happening here. I kind of like this, but it may be wrong somehow. Is our Markov chain wrong, or is something else wrong? Our Markov chain has one row for every symbol, every bigram, and one column for every um, potential following character. It's saying 0 follows 0 once, 0 is space B, follows, followed by space once. That doesn't seem right. Ah, no, it's just correct. Like I'd have to work it out by hand to figure out what's going on. I wonder if I can copy these. Nope. Nope. The Markov chain looks right. What we're trying to do with weights is get everything that we're looking for with the current symbol, AA, in the Markov chain and put it into weights. Current symbol is AA, which in our list of symbols is symbol number 3. Specify row is 3 here. Yes, row is 3. Now, is row 3 related to AA? So AA, the next symbol is an A twice. I only see one. Okay, that seems okay. That makes sense why it's generating. The output is generating because the Markov table seems to be incorrect. Ooh. Uh, so we're going to restart this and make sure the Markov table is being generated correctly. So this is correct. Let's step in. Given row 3, column 1, we are working with a current symbol AA and seeing it. The next symbol is an A. This is what would make sense to me. As far as the input string, now the row is based on the input strings symbol. The column is based on the input strings um, following alphabet, following character. Does that make sense? I think that may be reversed. But if we reverse those, the problem is the dimensions don't work out. What are we going to do? I say it's about time to call in some assistance. All right, LearnerBot. Having some trouble with Markov tables and bigrams. Just generating sequences that are extremely repetitive. Here's my Markov table code. I think there's some problem with it, but I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, I've I think struggled with this for about as long as I need to right now. So let's see what LearnerBot can tell us. I guess it was skipping some value. Okay. Uh, Overcomplicating. Okay. So a bunch of potential issues. I think the first two are what's going on here related. If it only grabs one character instead of the full bigram, input sequence substring I. Substring I1. That's in a column. We may have actually done a row column issue here. See, length is 2, it should be right. Symbols, alphabet, index of. All this, I don't really understand. Let's see if this provides any hints as to what's going on. So right now, row is 3, column is 1. In our generated Markov, what I understand that to mean is the last, shoot, I keep getting confused about which of, okay, this will tell us. Generated Markov, int. Uh, so the column is the next character, the row is the background. Row column. Column is the next character, index of substring I1. That makes sense to me. Our input sequence is that. I is 0. The row, yeah, making sense. Symbols, index of, or symbols is all the possible pairs. Length, or length is 2. It's taken me a bit to understand why this isn't quite working. Mhm. And I thought this was going to clear things up, but it doesn't seem to have. I goes up to sequence length minus length when skipping some valid pairs. We do seem to be skipping some valid pairs. And I know we were skipping the end, so that's a known problem. Mhm. Minus 2. And the reason we're doing that is because we want to ignore the end and not have out of range exceptions. But that shouldn't be related to the issue we're seeing now at the beginning of the string. But that may be a mystery we leave until next time. Thank you everyone for watching. I think we're going to end it here and start picking stuff up. Have a good day, everyone.